Alright, hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, Dan? Yes, I did see your tractor shenanigans. I liked it a lot. That's always been a cool tractor, that International. Not the game just started. That International with the bendy middle. Let's see if I can put up a picture of it. That of your pictures there. How's it going there, Jay? How are you? Good to see you, good to see you. Alright, just booting up the game. Let's go to Creation Showcase. Look at Daniel's tractor. I liked it. Huh. I just did an update. Oh, that's why. It's cover screen covers it. Let's look. Yeah, I always like this Bendy International. It's always cool. Very cool, very cool. I like it. It was International, right? Wasn't Case? Maybe it's Case. I can't remember. Was it Case or International? I can't remember. But very cool, I like. Alright, so we're going to continue work on the build. Oh shit, I forgot all about. I got to make a workshop page. I put so much extra effort into the workshop page last time, and Alistair didn't even show it. I absolutely get that, though. It's the challenges are incredibly laborious as it is, and I get not showing the workshop pages. One of the reasons I did it too back when I was showing workshop pages for challenges was it was just so it's so much work and effort to do it, and it was part of the grading, and then to not show it at all kind of sucked. But I could also see where it's you know, it added so much time, but you know, you want to make sure you show the appreciation for it. So it's a balancing act. They made some updates to OBS, so guys, if I had to redo all my audio sliders, so if the music's too loud or too quiet, or I'm too loud or too quiet, please let me know. Game volume, if anything is out of wackadoo, let me know. Alright, so I figured out what was wrong with ChatGPT. If you were watching yesterday, continuing work on the PFD, and then I couldn't get it to even like start doing prompts. And the issue was I was just out of turns, and I was using a link, a hyperlink to the actual project I was working on. So it was letting me get there, but it wasn't giving me a thing telling me I was out of turns. And so I just bought a month. Oh, Massey, yeah, I couldn't remember what brand it was. So let's take a look at where we're at. PFD is certainly in a position where I feel that it is ready for, it's ready to be, it's ready for the challenge. So this is what worked on last night. So the top half was done yesterday, and then the bottom half I worked on. So I've got the compass in there. I've got the vertical speed in there. That was, so let's first look at compass. So this is how it works in my airplane. You move the heading bug, and you'll notice you get a magenta dashed line, and you get a digital readout. The magenta heading bug stays, but after 3 seconds, when you let go of it, it will disappear. So I don't know why that got moved. This needs to be moved. Let me see what happened here. That is in the wrong spot. See if I can find it. Where are you at here? See, I have a couple iterations. All right, let's see. Arrow, fixed digital readout. Arrow. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. I'm in vertical speed. That's some sort of allergy thing going on now, apparently. All right, there's the compass rose. There's a heading window. There is the selected heading readout. So this could move. X should be... I changed this. I think it was like 15 by 4. Maybe 2 even. I don't know. Shit, I hope something didn't get broken, but it looks fine. Alright, so now when I move this, yeah, that should be... This should be over more, but it's correct 2 more, I'd say. This is the other thing where I think the AI is actually useful, is it does a really good job of annotating this, so even me with very limited coding background can go through and I can find the selected heading readout is what I'm looking for. And then I can find the coordinates, so it makes it real easy for me to go make these changes in a couple seconds here. And so what I'm doing is I'm moving that window. I want it up and tight right there. And so it could actually go 2 more pixels to the right. And I think 1 pixel further north. But it does a good job of organizing this, and it also does a great job of looking through code. Like so I had to use somebody else's code to try to figure out the math for the attitude indicator, and it was good at looking at it, and it can figure out very quickly how to convert it to what you're looking for. Let's do 19, do 1. So if you don't understand this, this is how many pixels it is across the screen. So it's 19 pixels across the screen and 1 pixel down from the top. So I'm just changing those numbers to kind of inch it over where I want it. All right, so that's nice and tucked under. So for 3 seconds, that will stay up. So when I'm flying the airplane, I can actually see the marks on here, but it's harder. So like 330 will be 33 on the compass rose. And so if they tell me turn right 335, I can, it takes more effort for me to look. Let's say this is 330 and this one's 335. It takes me more effort to look at that and like fine tune it, but I can more quickly look at the digital readout and be like, okay, 335. And then once I let go for 3 seconds and I'm not changing it, it disappears. So you notice the magenta dash line disappears and the digital readout disappears. So that's how it works in the real plane. This is VSI over on the right. So there it's 1,500 feet per minute. It has a digital readout. The mask is not perfect, but I'm not going to cry about it. I've got other things to work on. So there's 4.0 is 4,000 feet per minute. And one thing I did was, I don't have a negative on there. The arrow will point you which direction you're going. So we're going 4,000 feet per minute down on this case. This has a digital readout. You don't get this in the real airplane because you can look at your compass rose and see that it's on 335 because it's labeled. But we don't really, I can't get, there's a bunch of issues with letters and numbers in games. So for example, look at the 20. This 20 should stay in line with the pitch line. So when I roll, that 20 should not, see how it went on its side and now the 20 is always facing the horizon? It doesn't do that IRL. The 20 would be tipped sideways. It would be tipped at the same angle that the line is. The game's not good at that, so that's something we have to sacrifice anyway. And so putting north, south, east, west, and then a ton of numbers on here would be so clutterous, and it wouldn't help us. One thing I do want to move is I want to move the number down in the window here. So let's see if we can find that. All right, we want the selected heading readout is what we're just working on. Heading window is here. All right, so this here is interesting to me. So 20 across, 8 down. For now, I'm not going to screw with it. It's one of these, but I don't want to screw with too much. Let's go ahead. Trying to see CX minus BW. So it's got to be, that's the window. One of these, I would say, is the digits. So let's go ahead, and what we'll do is we'll make a big change. That's supposed to be 20. We'll make it 2. And we'll see what that's moving. Okay, so clearly that's moving the box. The box is gone now. It's way over here. So that is likely the box, and it's likely telling it where to position within the box. So put that 0 back. All right. So that's back, and then what I need to do is try to move this down 1. Let's see if I can find it. Let's try going down 25. I'm just trying to... No. That didn't do it. I should have made a copy of this, but I've got it saved too if I need it. Let's see. I'll keep showing you some of the features here. I'll play with that later if I care. It's just I don't want to get stuck in the weeds of perfecting stuff. So the other thing, you can see the cyan line. Cyan line is the bearing pointer. So what I have with my bearing panel is essentially like, say I wanted to go from Draymore to FJ Warner. It's going to tell me what heading I have to go to in order to make it to Draymore, or from FJ. And so let's say, where are we pointed here now? Let's see, we're at a 050. Let's go to 360. All right, so we're facing 360. We're facing north, and we want to go to FJ Warner. Let's say it is a 120. So we go 120. The bearing pointer is going to point to 120, and so we would go right to 120, and that cyan line is where we'd want to go. So what we do is we move our heading bug to 120. And now we follow our heading bug, and that's going to take us to FJ Warner. And so that's how that works. I'm checking some chat here. What are my thoughts on Anymaker? I think it looks promising. I have not had time to watch the videos. I've been at work all week, and when I got home, I've been working on this. But it looks very promising. I think that's a good word for it. I think one of the good things about it definitely is that it is not it's not a replacement for this, and they said that 900 million times, and people seem to like keep getting hung up like, you know, oh, it's a replacement for stormworks. It isn't, and I think that's a good thing. I think it's got a different mission and purpose, and for me, I think one of the things I would love is to have, you know, a different game as well where like, oh, I'm not feeling stormworks today, I can go play Anymaker. And, oh, I'm not feeling Anymaker, I can go play stormworks. I don't think it's going to replace it, and I think a lot of people get their head in their ass, frankly, about not understanding the business aspects about what the company GeoMeta would need to do in order to stay viable as a company. And like part of the things is, you know, for example, by having 2 products next to each other that people can buy, one, you know, there is going to definitely be some crossover between the Stormworks community and the Anymaker community. And you're going to get some people who play one game or the other, but you're going to get a ton of people who play both. And so, and you also have a large consumer base already of people who are coming directly from Stormworks. And so you already have those people who are going to come right away and play your game. And by making them different, they're also going to be people who play one or the other. And so I think that's a good thing for them to do. And also, they have multiple games that they can put out. They can work on AnyMaker, and they can also put out updates for Stormworks. They can put out updates for AnyMaker, and I think that's a good strategy for them because, like, if one game eventually, Stormworks is the older of the games, of course. It's eventually at some point going to get sunsetted. I don't think it needs to be anytime soon, certainly. And so the problem is if they did a Stormworks 2 and you're going to get a lot of players, you see how many people complain about the high price of a $24 game, which is, ludicrous to me. You see the people who complain about that, and, if you came out with Stormworks 2, if there's not enough new stuff, you're going to get a lot of people who aren't going to migrate over. And so, especially making a new version of the thing, you're probably not going to want to put out too many updates for the old one because people aren't going to move to the new one. So it's part of strategic things with the business in that regard as well. And then if you, and then, so by doing it this way, I think it's a smart strategy. Essentially, you have Stormworks, you keep doing updates for Stormworks. Stormworks is 10 years old at this point. You have AnyMaker come out, and then you keep working on AnyMaker, you work on Stormworks, you keep doing updates. As AnyMaker gets a little bit older and it's released, well, then what I would think they would do is work on Stormworks 2 then. And at that point, let's say Stormworks is, 12, 15 years old. That's a good time to do a complete update on it. And now you have AnyMaker still going. It's about the age of Stormworks, and you have Stormworks 2 come out. And you can see how they work in parallel to keep people buying the games, which keeps a business, in business. And that's something they have to think about, that when people are like, oh, they should just give us this for free or whatever, I think they're missing all of that. That's not viable. Is they really have to go ahead and keep these things going. And so by having two products they can work on, it gives you the opportunity to stay in business, essentially. I'm trying to decide if I wanted to go to one monitor. I don't think I do right now. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I do want to fix this, though. Let's see. I'd have to completely redo the numbers for a lot of stuff, so I'm not going to do that right now. What I want to do is this. Trying to decide if I want to bother doing this. I don't want to screw with this too much. That's fine. I'm not going to screw with it at the moment. Let's actually, I'm trying to decide if I want to do it or not. Alright, let's see what I can do for a copy on that. I want to put this in a new microcontroller. we need airspeed and alt. Alt we're getting off physics since we need airspeed. That's what we need. VSI we get off that. What else do we need? Compass we get off that. Airspeed's pretty much the only one we're not getting. Pitch, tilt, roll, tilt, roll, tilt 2. I don't think we need these anymore, and this is something I have to screw with to fix. 1, 2, and 3 would be 7, 8, 9. I don't need those, but I'm trying to think what to do with them. Alright, what is it? Pitch, tilt, roll, tilt 2. Okay. Alright, airspeed and altitude. Airspeed and altitude. Those are good there. Get line spacing or 1. Alright, we'll screw with that in a minute. That's fine. Should be able to get rid of those tilt sensors, but I'm trying to work on that. Okay. God. I think it's a physics sensor going there. Let me look. No, nothing. Okay, that's just a readout. Physics sensor just goes to 17. Alright, that's fine. Just trying to consolidate, make everything compact here. Why is that? What's that reading there? Okay, let's see. 17 is their desired heading bearing. Desired heading bearing. Okay. Should be able to read this out on the autopilot panel, but okay, that works. See how this consolidation's working for me here. Just been running bearing and airspeed is there. Okay, and altitude can go because I'm using it off of this now. 9. Okay, that works. Alright, so that consolidates the panel. I just want to make sure everything works right. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. That's good. Alright, so this is kind of the new consolidated, cleaned up panel. Could use some changes, but it's not bad at the moment. Alright, so that's good for now. Let's go ahead and test it. I painted up the helicopter yesterday. Let's go give this a quick test flight, make sure everything works as desired. Finally cleaned everything up. Alright, I gotta find the bearing panel here. Bearing panel right there. Oh, stop, screw it. Let's see. Do I have a bearing out on this? I just need something real quick. This panel's nasty and needs to be worked on. As you can see. So bearing micro out runs a ton of this shit. I gotta find it though. Bearing 2 right there is on channel 32. So what we should do is run that and then try to find where the desired heading is when that comes in. See, like this is a mess of a panel. I've gotten better at this as I've gone. Okay, bearing's there now. It's fine. We can use that. Airspeed's coming off of that. Desired heading, I gotta figure out how to read that out of this. It's coming off the autopilot panel. Desired altitude goes in there. I'm just gonna quickly do this. This actually should be where bearing comes from. Nah, I don't know. We'll see about this. Okay. Holy Christ, this panel's a mess at the moment, too. Oh, if I could find where shit was, I'd be... There it is right there. Okay, spawn's right here. I said it isn't as bad as it looks. This was converted to my new system, so I gotta screw with it at the moment. That's all that's going on here. And then this is desired heading is channel 11 right there. I'm still trying to integrate these panels, so this is going to be an absolute nuisance for a little while. Till I get to it. Alright, those two are good. I need master breaker right there. Right. See if this is all working. Probably be a miracle if it works in the first try. Ha! Sucker! Alright, so now when I move the heading bug on this, it should move the carrot on there. So that works. Alright, that's good. Now we're going to put in a bearing. So the bearing is going to come up here is the 076 at the moment. You see it's facing 076, and we can tell that by moving this to 076. And that's the reciprocal. So the way... I know a bunch of pilots who aren't great at this math, but the... so it's 076 is the bearing 2. And so to do the math here real quick and easy for you, I'll show you one of the methods you do. Let me see if I can bring up paint. Will probably be the easiest to do it in. A little bit of pilot math for you. If one is interested. If you're not interested, close your eyes. So, all right, so real quick and simple, I'll kind of talk you through bearing here and where it's coming up. So, let's see, we'll do ellipse, that's fine. We'll do a dashed line, we'll make it, this color's fine. So here is your compass rose, okay? And you are the little airplane in the middle. And here's your aircraft. All right, so you're in the middle. And so you are where you are, right? So X marks the spot. So right there, X marks the spot, right? That's where you are. And you're trying to go somewhere. And let's say you're trying to go to this island right here, right? So all a bearing does is drawing a line. Let me see if we can find cyan. There's cyan. So what a bearing is going to do is it's going to plot you from where you are directly to where you're going, and that's the bearing, okay? And so realistically what's going to happen is we're going to plot it through to infinity. So you'd plot through the island, through the aircraft. That's going to warp it. It's going to plot it through the island, through the aircraft, out into infinity on the other side, like so. All right, now you see where it falls on the compass, right? So the compass is going to have 2 points for this. And so you would have this point and this point. So this is the bearing 2 right here. That's going to take you to the island. This is going to take you from the island. So you have to and from. All right. And so right now, to go to the island, let's find Helvetica. Go blick. So to go to the island, it's a 076, say. Well, you need to find the reciprocal. So the reciprocal is the easy way to do this math. Like some people do a bunch of things, then add, subtract 180 because you're doing 180 degrees. That's a bunch of bullshit. The way you do it real quick, right, is you have, let's increase the size so you can see it. So if you have 070, to find the reciprocal is real easy, right? This zero number needs to change, right? So it's add 2 minus 2. So if you add 2, you subtract 2. If you subtract 2, you add 2. So to find the reciprocal of 076, you're going to add 2 because of 0, right? You can't go below 0, so it's a 2. Because we added 2, we're going to subtract 2. It's 5. And the last digit always stays the same. So the reciprocal is 256. And we can do it the other way for if we had 256, right? So if we had 256, we add 2, subtract 2, right? You can't add 2 to 2 because it would make it 400 degrees, right? The max degrees is 360 degrees, right? So you have to subtract 2. So we drop 2. So 2 minus 2 is 0. And then because we subtracted, we need to add. So 2 plus 5 is 7. 076. So you can do this with anything, right? Let's do 360 is a familiar one, right? 360, right? You can't add 2 to 3 because we 500 degrees, right? So you subtract it. That's 1. So 3 minus 2 is 1. Because we subtracted, we need to add. So that's 8, 0. So that's the easy way to do reciprocals there. So just quick pilot math there for anyone who's interested. All right, so like the bearing here, if you look, we've got the reciprocal there. So let's go ahead and let's put something, we're rotating. Let me put on the park brake. Park brake's on. That'll keep us from rotating around because you see we rotated. So let's go ahead and why is this fucking upside down? Pitch is upside down. I need to look at that. All right, something's up. So let's put a bearing out here. So we're currently facing this direction, right? So we're going to put let's put something 90 degrees off to our side. So there's the waypoint. All right, so it's 90 degrees off our right. And if you look, the bearing now is a 127. I'm sorry, 90 degrees off our left. So 127 right there. And if you look at the bearing pointer right there, and let's move the heading bug to go there. And so that's a 127. So let's go ahead and all right, so there's a bunch of shit that's screwed up here that I have to work on. So the heading is working backwards, so we need to go backwards on that. I don't know what's up with the attitude indicators upside down too. This is interesting. Let's go autopilot on for a second. Let's go ahead and nav, see if it navigates properly. So it's something reading out in the PFD because it looks to be operating fine. What's our current altitude? The altitude's not reading out for shit. I gotta fix that. So I wonder if it's not getting... Let's go to infinite electricity on, see if... Nope, that's on. So it's not that problem. Alright, let's put in another GPS coordinate. Alright, so we got that in there, and let's input it. So bearing of 206. Yeah, so something... Trying to think. That doesn't look like a 206 to me, though. No, it's 206. Alright, so the compass appears to be going backwards. That's probably an easy fix. I don't know why... I gotta check some things. I don't know why some of this backwards. Obviously, it's... You know, the physics sensor isn't backwards. Something's up. Alright, let's go ahead and we'll play with the vertical speed here. So let's go ahead up to... Let's say 640 altitude. Alright, we're climbing. I'm not getting good vertical speed either, so something is up. Let's go ahead and bring it back to workbench. Alright, it's definitely connected to the physics sensor. Why are these yellow? Why are these yellow? That's weird. See how they're yellow? It's weird. And this, I don't know why they're yellow. It's interesting to me. Oh, you know what it is the top is painted this color, but that's the what do you call it? Zinc chromate paint. So it's just showing in the editor. That was weird that it was doing that. Let's see. I'm just setting stall speed and overspeed. Of course, the helicopter doesn't have a stall speed. See what the hell's going on here. Why this is having problems. Alright. 9 is altitude, or should at least be altitude. Kind of perplexed at what's going on here at the moment. Take me a second to figure this out. Hmm. '17 is definitely the compass. See what the hell's going on here, why this is funky. That's good. Where's the old one? Did I delete it? Oh, I bet I just did right there. Which one's the one I had there? That's it right here. This needs to stay. Okay. I'm trying to test out the old one. Let's plug this in and see what's what. Alright, so that's upright. That's right. What's misbehaving with this? Yeah, the compass is backwards. So I gotta fix that. Vertical speed I gotta look at. Now, I gotta try to compare and see what our issue is here between these two. Four, five, six. Channel 2 for... That's it right there for altitude. So that's the channel. I did put the wrong channel in on that one. It's 2. 9's airspeed. 2 is altitude, 9's airspeed. That fixes that problem. Let's reconnect it and see what's up if that fixed it. Could be something simple like that causing the problem. Okay, that fixed. That looks like that. I gotta look real quick. Come on, I fucked this up again. Alright, that's good. That's good news though, the top. Oh, no, we'll see. We'll see what happens here in a second. I gotta fix this. Alright, that's got the attitude upside down. I'm gonna go and use the bathroom. I'll be back. Let me put up the coffee break screen and then I'll be right back. I've had my mic muted too. I put it backwards. Sorry, I've been talking to myself the whole time. Let's see. What the hell is going on here? This is obnoxious. All right, let's go ahead and take these. Let's copy these and move them up over the 3 screen. Let's go ahead and take this and that. Okay, the screens were backwards. So pitch and roll is working fine on the old setup. Compass, I gotta check here. So compass right now is showing a westerly heading. That's 180 degrees backwards. It should be showing easterly heading. So let's check this real quick. And I can see why the attitude indicator is not working right here. Because it's got disconnected. Okay. Let's try it now. Upside down. Okay. I'm going to bring up ChatGPT, have it do it for me. That way, I think it's going to be better and less likely to screw up the code. So let me find, I gotta grab the code out of this. Gonna be VSI. This is VSI. Alright, I need to start putting some. Okay, VSI compass labeled now. I'm gonna talk to ChatGPT here. I made an error when building the compass. It's a minor error. So I'd like to give you the latest code and see if you can't fix the numbers for me. When I pasted the physics sensor in, I put it in backwards. So first thing I'm going to do is give you the working compass code, and I need you to make it work correctly with the physics sensor facing 180 degrees. The way it is set up presently, the physics sensor is pointing backwards and to the right, and I'm going to flip it around 180 degrees so that the big arrow is forwards and the small arrow is to the right. That is the way it should be. The way it currently is set up is that the big arrow is facing backwards and the arrow is facing left. See if it can make sense of what I just said. Should be able to do it. I can invert these if I needed to manually, but I'm going to try to have it figure it out and give me back some clean code. Yeah, I'm going to paste the latest code, let it cook for a second, and then I'm going to go get a coffee while it's doing that, and then hopefully be ready to fix. Alright, I'm back here. Alright, let's see what the code it spit out was. So first thing, kind of my method of doing this is, I'm going to take this Lua script, drag it down. I'm going to grab new Lua block. I do this every time, and you probably saw before I had like long trails of iterations. That way, if you break something, you can easily get back to it. It just makes it easy to do this. And then we get the new code. So I'm going to go ahead and check it. It's just a math issue, and hopefully that's what the AI is really good for, is like hunting that shit down and fixing it. So instead of me eyeballing through the code and, you know, going cross-eyed trying to do it, I can just do this. Alright, so this is all compass. So right now, 050 is a better heading. Before it was showing us like 24, well, it would have been 220 maybe. So 050 looks pretty good. And then when we go to the right, it should go to 180. So right now, it's not. So 051's probably right. When we go to the left, it should go to north. It's doing it backwards. So we can tell it that as well. So that's helpful. And what we'll do is we'll copy that code. And I could talk to it again and get this fixed. But it did a good job of inverting it. All right. And then it also puts this note at the bottom. It says, if the heading ends up reversed after you test it, the only thing to change will be this line. So let's just go ahead and do the line myself. Again, this is where it's really good, is it can like very quickly find these problems for you. And you don't have to think about it, and I like that. Let me see. Make sure I'm looking at the right stuff. Okay, that's good. So let's go ahead in here, and then we'll go to where it said to. So this is the backup we had. And again, every time we do a backup, drag it down. Get in the habit of doing this. Again, you see all these horror stories of people losing stuff. If you do enough backups, you're not going to have this problem. So like I've got this backup right here. That's what we just worked on. And so since I'm going to edit the code myself, what I'm going to do is copy all this code. And then, you know, once I don't need my backups, I can get rid of them if I wanted to. But, you know, it's good to always have the backups. You know, I ended up having to go back 900 times. So it's telling me that return norm 360 input to heading V plus 180 should be minus 180. So it's a real simple fix. And so let's go ahead and find it. Let's see. All right, let's go to the top and we'll work our way through here. So it's return is the first word, normal. That's going to be return space normal 360. So return space normal 360 is what we're looking for. You know, and it also, like, it came up with what a possible problem could be and told me right away so I could fix it, you know. It might be easier finding 180 on the right side. One 180 there. Haven't seen it yet. The hell is it? Oh, here it is. Return normal input heading 180 right here. So it's right here. And all that needs to be is a minus. Let's go ahead and check it out. All right, so again, we're facing 52. That's correct. We should be turning to the right here, and we should be getting like a 180 heading. Nope. Okay. So that didn't fix it. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it's the sensor axis is mirrored, it explains it here. It says if that's still not right, means the sensor axis is mirrored, and I kind of didn't explain it right. Yes, the sensor axis is mirrored. Not only was it facing backwards, but the direction arrow was also mirrored. I'm going to send the code back again. If you could fix that mirrored sensor axis for me, I'd appreciate it. So I'm going to send it the code that it gave me without my edit, and then I'm going to go ahead and let it fix the mirroring. So this just makes it really easy. Let it do these corrections for me, or at least because it's telling me like what the potential error is going to be already, so I like that. All right, and it spit back the code pretty quickly, so let's look at it. It says, yep, if the sensor axis is mirrored, then the fixed notch stating 180, we also need to reverse the heading direction. So for the present heading only, the correct sensor math becomes take sensor heading, mirror it, then apply 180 mounted correction. That Lua comes out to... All right, and I've asked it to always give me full code, so that makes it easier so that I don't fill it with friggin' errors. All right, and again, we drag it down. We at least have something pretty good to work with that's making some progress. And then with full code, it's easy because, like, you see how quick it is to just put it back in there. Just speeds me up. All right, so now 309 is not right. Fuck. 309 is definitely not right. What the hell? I gotta try to get a compass on this. Let me make sure it's turning the correct direction. So if this were 309, right turn should be more towards 90. Nope. Yeah, it was going the right direction. It's counting. That's going more 270. Yeah, so it's just not starting correctly. This is definitely not 309. If we look where we're facing here. Oh, screw. Stop. It's facing like a 120. It appears now that it is turning the correct direction, but the initial starting heading is incorrect. When I spawn it in game, it's showing a heading of 309, where the heading should be more like a 120. Do you know why that is? There's something going on here because the old version worked, so I don't know why this one isn't. It shouldn't have a reference offset, though. That's probably what it's doing. It's doing a reference offset and that's screwing things up. Let's see. Right, so it says, yes, that means the direction is fixed, but the reference offset is wrong. What's happened, the sensor was mirrored, so we corrected the turn direction, but the sensor's zero reference heading is still not aligned with the aircraft's nose, so the display now rotates correctly, but starts the wrong heading. For example, display 309 should be, that means the display needs an additional offset of... We shouldn't need any heading offset at all. What I want to do is go back and give you the code where it was 180 degrees reversed and mirrored, and I want you to just fix that. There should be no heading offset. Alright, so we're going to get it cooking on that, because that's what it's doing, is it's putting a heading offset in there, and that's screwing things up here. I think this one's right, though. Let's look. I don't know why this one's working right. Okay, so the top are these two. Let's see if this was working correctly on these. So 230 is definitely wrong. This is an annoying problem to have right now. It's just slowing me down. That is... It's got to be heading here. Yeah, that's heading, yep. Alright, I'm going to paste this. And we'll see. So I think we're making some progress in fixing this. Yeah, that was stupid of me. I don't know why I put the test rig backwards, but I did. That's pretty fool-ass of me to do. Now let's try this. Oh, that was a stupid mistake. That really caused me problems now. For no good reason. Oh my god, could you zoom, you sucker? I like these razor mice, but god, the scroll wheel ends up dying real fast, and it's annoying. Ah, fuck. Still facing 310. It's still backwards. God damn it. Alright, I'll be right back. Need to find a compass. I can tell where we're actually at here. Let me get a compass for my character. All right. So 133. Okay, so about a 1, 2, 3. So it looks like it's an inversion. So let's see. Okay, so it's an inversion. If we look there, a 303 is the inverse of a 123. So that's not too bad because that currently just has the heading inverted. And then if we go to the right, okay, so that's we're cooking with gas now. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to try something here to put the invert in. Again, I know it's tempting to just edit that code and screw things up, but it's like I could easily grab it off ChatGPT again and not have to do it, but I could delete all these pretty quickly too. So I'm going to grab its code and we're going to go put in a freshie here, and then I'm going to do a negative 180 to see if I can spin it around. All right, where are we here? Norm minus base. All right. If this still spawns in the wrong cardinal reference, but the sensor is not actually mirrored plus 180 reverse in the way we're assuming, and the next clean alternate would be one of these two formulas. Return norm 360 minus base, or return norm 360 base plus 180. Okay. Let me just tell it what to do and not screw with code. I think we're making some progress here. I just looked at the compass. Currently, it's reading 303 when the heading should be 123. So it looks like the heading is 180 degrees opposed. So could you look at the code and fix that for me? I'll send you the code again. This is where, like, in order to work with the AI here, you have to know what you're doing as well. So, like, knowing how a compass works, things like this, like, it can't figure this shit out on its own. You gotta help it along too. It does a pretty damn good job of like, hey, just make me this. But if you don't know what how that thing's supposed to work, it's not really gonna be super duper perfect. All right, so it's cooking right now for me. I'm not going to even keep this code here. I'm going to just completely delete this out and put the new stuff in there and see if we can get it to work. That's why it helped getting a compass out, as I could quickly see it was 180 degrees. And then if it comes back and it's turned, we know that the arrow on the physics sensor, it thinks still mirrored. So it's taking a while to write this code. I think this looks good. Let me see what it says up top. All right. This is the other reason why it's good to stack these Lua blocks. We're at 6180 just for the compass, and you see we wouldn't be able to add that anything else to it really, and without running out of characters. All right, good. So we have 129. That's pretty damn close. 129. So that's right on the money. And then it should be going more towards 180. Perfect. So it's going 180, 270 there. That's good. And so what I can do here too is let's go ahead and all right, so that's good. And what we can do here is I can get lined up with this and look and see what it's showing me, and it's showing 191, 187. Yep, so that fixed it. How's it going there, Rasmus? So that fixed that. All right, thanks, Sunny Jim, on that one. We gotta see why the attitude indicator is inverted and not doing pitch. The top one's working. So the top one is working perfectly. Let's hook up, I don't think I hooked up altitude here. What happened to altitude? Oh, altitude's now hard baked in, so that's why. Okay, that's fine. Let me figure out the attitude indicator. So what I'm gonna do is grab the attitude indicator and see what's up. Okay, well, let's see, make sure these are connected through like that. They should be. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see why that's inverted. Yeah, see, it's still inverted, so I don't know why. We're not rolling anymore. Interesting, interesting, interesting. The top one is working though, so that's what I'm not getting. Compass is correct on the bottom. Let's go ahead and do this build real quick. Go ahead and grab. So that's working. Let's go ahead and we will replace. All right, so that should fix the compass on the top one. I'm trying to keep them kind of in line. All right, so those are working now. Both compasses work. The upper attitude indicator works. The bottom one is all screwed up, so I gotta see what the hell and try to. It's not a one-to-one. It's not a code problem because I just copied the code off the attitude indicator here. Something else is up. So let's copy that again. And let's see what's up. And we'll see where it's could be a connection issue that I made a mistake on, because the code should be right, because we can see the code's working for the other one. All right, so the top. Fuck this up. Oh, what did I do? All right, let's look. Could you not flick my goddamn camera around, please? Thank you. Okay, I screwed up. What, I play with the bottom there and do that? HSI compass, yeah, that's what I did there. All right, it's gone there, and then this is here should be. What the fuck? What am I doing here? Okay. That should be at the top. What happened there? Okay. Alright, let's fix this now. Yeah, okay. All right, so they have the same code up top and down below, but there's something going on where the bottom one's not working. Compasses now work. Airspeed's fine. Altitude, that's fine because the altitude's now hooked into the physics sensor, so it's going to read whatever we have. All right, so let's try to diagnose this problem here. It's something else over here. Physics sensor there. Okay, this is it right here. Now, what's this? This is... Altitude is 2. Fix that. Altitude is 2. 6 is not connected for some reason. Could be as simple as that. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Okay. 6 wasn't connected apparently for some strange, unknown reason. Alright, let's go ahead and run with this, see if that fixes it. Yep, that fixed it. Alright. It was just a simple connection issue, but that told me, you know, if you go through these problems methodically, you'll fix them. So the methodical process was, is it a code problem? No, it's not a code problem. Okay, we've got 2 different codes. Okay, so it's not a code problem. It is likely something I'm connecting wrong. And then once you can do that, you know what to look for. Also, you see we're at 9. 9 feet seems awfully low. It might be meters. That could be 9 meters. That could be 9 feet. Let's do this. Stick this here so we have, I can manually read it. Hello, Rasmus. Good to see you. I made a stupid mistake, Rasmus. I mounted my shit backwards, and now I'm fixing it. 8.5 meters, so definitely I would say that's reading out meters, not feet. So that's not a bad fix to do. Let's go ahead and find that. All right, so that's right here. That's channel 2 is going in on input 2, and then we're going to go to the alt tape. And then we're going to find get number 2. I'd fix this before times, and then it's let's see, meters to feet. It's 3.281. 3.281. All right, and let's look at it now. It should be more like 27, 30 feet. Yep, that's good. Excellent, excellent. All right, so we're making solid progress here. Let's go ahead and save this. But you can see how like you could be banging your head against the wall with some of the stuff, and it's like, take it slow, take it methodically. The AI is really helpful with just kind of looking through your code. Especially like one thing that I think it's really great for is when the game throws you an error. I literally just take a screenshot of the error it shows on the screen in game and plug it in and say, hey, it's giving me this error, and usually it can figure it out in a couple seconds instead of you getting frustrated. And I think, you know, any tool that's going to help you keep from getting frustrated is very useful. You know, somebody was, I'm pulling laundry. That's why I'm kind of not doing anything on the screen. Figured give you guys some commentary while I do that. Because live laundry videos aren't fun. You know, one thing somebody brought up today is like what DLC would you like in Stormworks? And I I would love farming, and I put up a post about like what would be cool with that. And part of it's the reason I bring it up is you're gonna get people who are like, oh my god, I don't want to pay for a DLC. I don't want to pay $10 for a DLC. Put in perspective, like to use a tool like ChatGPT right now, it's cost. I just paid for it last night. It was like $20. Not a big deal. I could definitely for myself get $20 worth of value out of it just coding for stormworks for the month. And I could do like a ton of projects if I wanted, get the code done, pay for 1 month, and be done with it. Or I could, if I want to do more, get more months or whatever. But it puts it in perspective, like how much a DLC would cost. Like DLC would be half of what a program like that is for a month, and you keep it forever. And so like when people are like, oh, they should just include it for free so I don't have to pay for it. I get that, but it's selfish ass thinking, because if you want something you like to stay in existence, you need it to keep it profitable for the company. And by cheaping out and not wanting to spend money on your hobbies, that's how your hobbies dry up. And it's kind of my pet peeve, because people are always complaining about how, oh, we don't get good updates, or oh, this. Like, if you pay a little bit more money, or you're paying money, they can keep doing it because it's worth their time to do it. Like, if an engineer is making $600 a day and it takes 4 days for them to make an update, you got to make it worthwhile. It's got to be worth $2,500 to them minimum. Plus they need 20% profit margin minimum to make it worthwhile. And if it takes them 2 months to get an update out, you got to take all the engineers times that amount of money, and they need that income or else they can't do it. All right, I will be right back with you guys. Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna probably be a little bit quiet here as I eat. Unless you guys want to hear me eating. Make you pay extra for that, though. Oh, what? I don't know. That's some people's kink, probably. All right, let's go ahead and save this. So that was a good catch. I don't know why I put this test rig backwards, but that was pretty freaking stupid of me. Let's make sure everything works right. All right, we're facing the correct direction. Pitch rolls back in the scheme of things. It's moving the correct direction. Altitude's looking good. This is just a tester for the airspeed. It just does a counter. This one's screaming up just because I have a counter on that one too, but this one's actually set to the actual altitude. But this test rig's helpful because, as you can see, it has a faux airplane. Now, I may do this. It's going to be a pain in the ass to do, but it shouldn't be bad. It actually shouldn't be all that bad. So right now I have it on 2 screens. I have it on these 2 1x3s. I could put it on one 2. Oh my god, 2x3 screen. But I'd have to move some of the pixel codes. Which the lateral left-right would be the same. The only difference would be the up-down would go by 32. Because right now, like, every one of the pixel anchorings here would be, you'd add 32, and that would fix it, so. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on this. Let's hook this up first here. All right, and then what we'll go is we'll go in here, and I'll just do it by hand real fast. So we're only worried about the bottom stuff. And I'm going to go ahead and do that. And do this. All right. So the compass here, if we look at where it is going to be, I got to try to see where to place these. So I would think the rows would have an anchoring point. It's probably 436. So yeah, 436 is where it's at. So if we did, so let's try 36. 36. I didn't hook it up, did I? No. Let's hook it up right. All right. Okay, so it's doing it. Yeah, I'd have to do more math, so I don't think I'm gonna do it right now. It really wouldn't take much effort. I just have to. I'll try not to be lazy and just do it. Do this real quick. I want to look at something. Okay, so that's fine. All the anchoring is fine in the tops. The bottoms need to be re-anchored, and that's not a big deal. The problem is because they're circles, it's anchored in the middle. I don't know exactly where it is, so it's kind of annoying. So what I'm going to do is I'll use ChatGPT to do it. That'll be easier. So right here we have the compass. The next thing I would like to do is I think I'm going to put this on a 2x3 monitor in stormworks. The top components are fine, but the compass and the vertical speed indicator need to be moved down so that they occupy the bottom half of the 2x3 screen. Right now, they are anchored for a 1x3 screen, which is 32 pixels tall by 96 pixels wide, where the 2x3 screen would be 96 pixels wide by 64 pixels tall. The compass and the vertical speed indicator should occupy their same positions on the 1x3 monitor, but just occupy the bottom half of the 2x3 monitor. I'll send you the code for the compass indicator first, HSI, and if you could change the coordinates, I'd appreciate it. All right, good. So we got the compass code copied. And then we'll go ahead and we'll toss in all right, that's good. Sweet Pie's sitting with me. She's being a good girl. All right, so I'm sending the compass code, and then we'll plug that in. It's just easier for let it do it than have me do it. That's where AI really excels. It can look through the code a hell of a lot faster than I can. For the music. What are you up to today there, Rasmus? All right, good. We got this code here. Oh, no, it's still writing. All right, so let's go ahead and Let's go to the new one here. And I want to find the HSI, which is right there. HSI is just horizontal situation indicator or compass. Alright, that's good there. And then so we'll go ahead and loop it back through there. Make sure the top is there. That's what we want. Alright, let's look. Alright, so that is on the bottom half where it belongs. Looking good. Now we just need to fix the via side. They both have masks, so I gotta see what the mask is doing, but we'll work on that code and get that moved first. Sweet Pie's trying to eat my rice and beans. Sweet Pie, could you not, honey? Hey, hey, don't eat my rice and beans, okay? Thanks. You're being ridiculous. Honey, you're being ridiculous. Please stop. Baby, baby, stop. Okay. Alright, the positioning is looking good now on the new 2x3 monitor. I'll send you the code for the vertical speed indicator so you can move that. It's going to stay left to right in the same position, but it just needs to move down to occupy its normal position, but on the 2x3 screen. Yeah, she's after it again. She's trying to eat rice and beans. Could you not, please, honey? Every time I put my food down, she's got to have her face. Honey, don't, no, please. Alright, good. So here's the new code. Oh my god, I can't put my food down because she keeps trying to eat it. I'm just pressing buttons. Stop pressing buttons. Hey, hey, hey. I need a break from you and your silly goose nature. Go play for a little bit. My god, she's being annoying right now. Did I need that there? That's probably why we were having problems earlier. Okay, Alright, good. That looks pretty good. It's too tall still. It looks too tall. All right, the two issues here are, let me check, make sure. So we do a quick test on this. So what we can do is go in here. And this is a problem there. Let's do that. Okay. All right, so you see the mask is covering it. That's fine. We're going to do a quick test, make sure it's the black mask that's behind it. And we'll go like this. That will test the black mask. So you see now it's back up. So it's using the black mask on one of them is covering all of this. So by finding these things out, we know what to tell it to do. So we got a couple things. One, I need to shrink the VSI. So this works down here fine because see how we're missing some stuff here? That's what we're missing on there. See how it goes 2-4? So what we need to do is we need to decrease the radius. Decrease the I'd say radius because it's a half circle. We need to decrease the radius of the VSI. And then we need to get rid of make sure the black mask only goes down, covers the bottom half. So one thing I've been finding that it's pretty good at is if I take screenshots and send it to it, or I can even mark them up and it's helpful. So I'll do that, and then let's mark it up a little bit. All right, so let's go ahead and mark this up a touch. And so what we're going to do is we're going to put some sort of line it can see. And so right about I don't know, there. And so we're going to do that, and then we want to decrease the radius of the VSI. We want to decrease the clutter of the ticks. And we want to remove the mask. So I'm going to go back in the game, and I'm going to, I can grab the latest code off of what it sent me last. I grabbed its latest code so I can feed it back to itself. That's a better method to do it. Give it the latest code you have, because if you try to do too much, it's eventually going to delete some shit, and then you're going to be annoyed. Oh, I grabbed the wrong, this here. I got to merge those down. All right, let's do it now. It was just showing the markup. All right, the positioning of the VSI looks pretty good, but as you can see from the first picture, that is a screenshot of what your code's giving me. And now the VSI is trespassing too high on the screen. So I think we should do a couple things to the VSI. One, we should decrease its radius. If you look at the screenshot on the second picture, I've marked it up with a yellow line at the halfway point on the screen. The entirety of the VSI should be below the yellow line. So as you can see, half the 2 and the 4 are sticking above the line. So the radius of the VSI should be squished down more to be able to fit into the bottom half of the screen. Also, the tick marks look too cluttered from 0 to 1,000 feet per minute. So let's use fewer tick marks for that. Also, if you look at the first and second screenshots, you can see that the attitude indicator, speed tape, and altitude tape are completely obscured by one of the masks. So we need to figure out which mask that is and make sure that the mask for the compass and the vertical speed indicator only inhabit the bottom half of the 2x3 screen. So pixels 33 through 64 Black Mask sounds like a superhero. I gotta tell it one more thing. I forgot to tell it that I'll give it the code. I will give you the latest VSI code when you're ready. It does a pretty good job at looking at the pictures, and especially if you mark it up. Like, it's not perfect, but like if I say, hey, you have this digital heading box here, I want it here, and you put in a like a yellow box where you want it, it does a reasonable job of figuring that out and putting it there, I find. Alright, so it tells me what it's going to do. The VSI radius needs to be reduced so the whole instrument stays below the halfway line. 0 to 1,000 feet per minute regions need fewer ticks. One of the blocks is still using a full screen black clear / mask. We need to keep all the masking confined to the bottom half only. For the lower instruments, anything black we draw should stay within roughly 32 to 63. Once you paste the current code, okay, I'll make the changes. All right. So it could be the compass mask too. We'll see. But I doubt it because the last thing, well, it's got to be the compass mask because the last one is the VSI. So the VSI is sitting on top of the mask for the compass. So the other method that's really helpful when you're doing this in game here is everything's layered. So the attitude indicator is the background. This is layered on top of it. This is layered on top of it. This will be layered on top of it. This will be layered on top of it. And so you're making little sections, and this helps with if you need to change one section, you don't risk breaking anything else. But that's why we have this masking problem here, is the layering is... Currently, this has an entire huge black mask that covers infinity, and this one has a black mask that covers itself. This has a black mask that covers itself. And you could see that on the other one I had when I had the 3x3 monitor up. You could see that the attitude indicator was bleeding through below because it wasn't covered by any sort of black mask. So it's a layering thing, you know, you have the bottom layer as the attitude indicator, then the airspeed indicator is on top of that, the altitude's on top of that, the compass is on top of that, the VSI is on top of that. You know, so it can exist in the background. Okay, so it's telling me right now too, this is the other reason why I like plugging the code in. It says the top half getting blacked out is not coming from the VSI block. And so that's coming from the compass, so we know that. So it says the black mask is almost certainly coming from the HSI block, which is what I figured. And that's telling me we need to go back to HSI, which I know, you know. The only issue, so one issue we could run into here is the bottom left side, but I don't think so, because what we'll do is we can add it on top of the mask for the compass, so that shouldn't be a problem. So even if the compass mask goes from underneath the compass all the way over to the left side of the screen, we can still place the next one on top of that, and it will sit on top. But making good progress on this. You know, I was kind of panicking a little yesterday. I was like, oh shit, I'm never gonna get this helicopter done, because like, you know, it wasn't painted, it didn't have all the detailing, yada yada yada, and then so getting that work done yesterday made me feel better that I can now I know that I could pretty much button this up, submit it for the challenge, and be happy with it. But now I know the helicopter's pretty much ready to go. I'm just doing tweaks and making things better. And then once I kind of get those things better, you know, the big thing is I definitely have to work on the workshop page. I'm going to show you guys my glorious workshop page. Well, this is taking forever to compile the last little bit here because for the last challenge. Because it was the first one Alistair didn't show, and it was my best... it was my best workshop page, which I get. You know, like I said, it takes too much time. It really does to do that. But you can see this is my best workshop page. Lots of good pictures in there, thumbnail, whatever. But then I put in everything here is a picture. So they're all layered pictures. And so it's nice because you put in stuff like this and, you know, you can change the type of text, and these are all different pictures here going through, and put links in, and it looks much cleaner, and you can use drop shadow, and you can do all sorts of stuff. You can embed video and put like branding on there. So this was my best workshop page, and you know you know, you do get points for it, so you know, it's not a problem there, but it was you know, I put the most effort in here, and it was and he didn't end up looking at it just because he doesn't have time for that, which I get. Like, it's just a ton of work doing challenges. Oh, streaming is interrupted, waiting for a complete message. All right, so that's working on itself there. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's save this. Save as a backup. It's still working. Message delivery timed out. Please try again. All right, so we're gonna let it go, cook again. But it's just so much faster, like looking at code for me, that's where it's really good. Dare I refresh this thing? I'll refresh it. I should be able to get back to it. It's having a fart in its head. Sorry, I'm sending a message here. All right, let's see. Okay, there we go. Display the radius and apply the tech density to the. Okay, that's good. So it sent me the latest code on that. Let's go ahead and grab it. All right, we're working on VSI. Okay, VSI. All right, let's see. Okay, good. So it definitely shrunk down. Let's go ahead and put in some number here. See, 4,000. That did donkey dick all. I may have not have connected it. Let me make sure I connect those up so it does everything it's supposed to do. Make sure we didn't break anything. That's bearing, airspeed. Okay, I'm missing. What am I missing here? Let's see where VSI is on this. Get number 1. So it's getting number 1. And 1 is compass. So I'm going to hook this up to bearing. Oh, never mind. That's going there. Bearing should be what this is reading. Channel 1. Okay, I didn't hook it up. That's why. That's it. I didn't hook it up correctly. That's all it was. All right. That's all that was. Generally is the problem is me not hooking it up correctly. So let's it's just as bearing in VSI so that I don't need multiple connections at the moment. All right, perfect. So that's all working. But why is it not going to the right range? Huh. I gotta fix that. Yeah, I set 4,000, so. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's go ahead and grab. Okay, I would agree that likely the black top half of the screen is likely coming from the HSI. So when you're ready, I'll paste the HSI code so you can take a look at it. All right, very good, very good. All right, so this is actually wrapping up pretty nicely for getting this where it needs to be. And then I'm not going to worry about the left-hand section probably right now because I don't quite know what I want there. Let me bring up a picture of the real PFD, and you can see what goes there IRL. If I can find it. There's So here is the real PFD. So you notice over here you've got a bunch of different information. So for example, you have different modes for your HSI, and you can switch it to nav, so you can be running off, say, the ILS in green needles. White needles are FMS, and you can tell that because there's FMS right here. You'll have ILS blue preview, which will go over on top of it. The course, in this case, you're on FMS. You're on GPS going on a 335 course, 1 nautical miles to this waypoint. And then these are your bearing pointers that are currently up. You'd have VOR 1, which is not showing there, and ADF 2, which is not showing there. And so I want to do something different over here, so I'm not going to screw around with this yet. And then I'll put something on top of it. So I haven't decided quite yet what I want to put there. So once I kind of figure that out, I'm thinking I'm going to do a multifunction display there is what I'm thinking, which is going to be a lot of work. So probably likely for the challenge. I'm not going to work on that yet. Okay, so it's ready for the HSI code. Let's paste that. But good, once we get this PFD done, I'm not going to rock and roll into the bearing panel. Again, I'm kind of looking at how long some of the stuff takes, and I don't want to be doing that. So, seeing as we're still in the workshop, what I'll probably do is click together our workshop page. And then, yeah, that would be a good way to do this. And then what we might do is switch out for a little bit to career build series, and we'll go play with the helicopter and see if any issues come up. Because like we could take it out for a mission, see, okay, I'm missing a paint block here, or I need to fix this, and come up with a list of things to do. And then tomorrow, it's my last day off, I can do any final tweakage, because this is due the 23rd. I'll be at work the rest of the week, so that way I can get it in. I was talking to ChatGPT. Yep. Yeah, I dictate it. I can dictate much easier telling it what I want to do than to type it out. I find it'd be a lot quicker. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll move this compass down. Let's get rid of these. These are annoying me. Okay. It's being a little slow right now, I'm thinking. I'm going to change the VSI. So right now, VSI is reading off channel 1. It's actually a physical... Let's see, where is VSI? It's actually... See what channel it reads off of again. Channel 2 is altitude, and it's using a... You can use a delta for it. There's a couple ways you can do this. One, you can do that. You can do the altitude and a delta, or you can look at... Where is it? You can look at linear velocity in the up-down axis. The problem is linear velocity in the up-down axis. I think the axis... I can't remember if the axes stay static. So if I tilt back, is the linear axis going to be the same? I don't think it is. So usually that's what I do for vertical speed. I do a delta off of it. So it'll be... So it'd likely be do number 2 is altimeter, and then you do a delta on that, and then run that through. And then that's likely what it'll do for feet per minute. Okay, good. Code just compiled. Did I get a copy of it? Okay, I got a good copy of it now. Yeah, so what it was doing was a screen clear, which was clearing all the screen below it, which is not what it should have been doing. And what it needed is a screen, draw a rectangle, and then you put the coordinates. All right, so let's see if that works. Okay, so it's back now. Let's see. Okay, so that's pretty good. All right, I'm going to do one thing here to the compass. Everything is looking great. Everything is looking great. One thing I would like to do, it doesn't seem like it's taking my fucking dictation. You have one job in this world, ChatGTP, is to listen to me and take my dictation, please. Giggity. All right, there is one thing I would like to add to the compass. If you look at the bearing pointer needle, it's hard to tell which direction it is supposed to be going. So on the head of the needle, let's put a tiny little cyan triangle. Hey Rasmus, I got a question for you. Let's see. I see LLMs as an old automatic gearbox for coding works. Yeah, yeah. Well, if you do it for a living too, so it's like for me, it's like it's training wheels, I could still go in there and screw with it a little bit, but it keeps me from falling over, All right, good. So we got the new code for the bearing pointer. I'm trying to think. So I don't know if I really want to make it magenta. IRL in the plane that I fly, I can do 2 needles. One is I can do the FO side and I can do my side. Oh shit! Make sure I'm changing the right one here. And so I could put those bearing pointers up to show, because essentially, like, when the FO's flying, it's on their side, and when the captain's flying, it's on their side. And so the magenta one is the captain's bearing pointer, and the cyan one is the FO's bearing pointer. So putting the cyan one would be the FO's bearing pointer. But, okay, what did that do? Okay, it screwed me here on this. It didn't take whole code, which is what I like it to do. Quite annoying when it doesn't do whole code, but I can fix it here in 2 seconds. I told it that's a rule I want it to always do, but sometimes it's got its head in its ass and it doesn't do it. All right, bearing pointer. I do like how it marks it up so that, like, it does these so I can see them more easily. It ends up taking up a lot of characters, but I don't really care or need all the characters because I'm stacking. But, like, before they were you know, 4096, so it was just not enough space. Now we have enough space that it's not bad. Okay. All right, so now it should have a cyan caret, so on the end. So again, that's like I was telling you, you know, it's cyan because of the, okay, so see how there's a little arrow on the end there? So when I move the bearing, so like, let's say right now we're facing 129 and the course is over there. Let's say it's a 175. What's up with that now? I hope something's not broken here. 219. Yeah, I think it's all right. All right, there's the 174. Let's go. Oh, okay, I'm looking at the wrong one for Christ's sake. I'm looking down below. So there's the caret at 1.7. Perfect. And then you see the tail is like a T. So we know where the head of the needle is and where the tail of the needle is. And so, like, say for example, I'm hand flying the plane, and they tell us turn right to direct to Bubba. And so, if I'm hand flying, the other pilot's working on the nav box, and they put in direct Bubba, and they go, you know, confirm you execute that, and then the bearing pointer is going to point to Bubba. And so as long as we're in nav mode, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn the aircraft, and I can just start turning to Bubba. And then we could go into nav mode and have it direct me there with the flight director. I think the flight director is still in here. I'm not going to hook the flight director up at the moment. So flight director, like, so say we're straight and level, look at the top attitude indicator. So the flight director, if I say I want to go up to 500 feet, well, that's a climb. So it's going to put the flight director bars up above me. And so what I'm going to do is bring my aircraft symbol up to the flight director bars, and that will climb me. And then as we approach 500, the flight director bar is going to start going down. I follow the flight director bars, and that will level me off. If the flight director bars go to the right, I'll make my turn until the flight director bars line up, and then I roll out my turn. So they're in there. I just haven't finished them yet. But this is looking damn good. All right, let's save this, and then we'll clean this up, put it in the helicopter, and let's go test it. But this is looking good. I think it was the right idea to put it on the screen. Let's go ahead and make these where I can actually see what the hell they are. So let's do this. All right, good. So this is looking nice and clean now. And then so we can start getting rid of some of the stuff I don't need. So get rid of bottom monitor. And I can't do that anywhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unstack these and see what I can stack. Airspeed bearing. Airspeed desired heading. So bearing's going to go. And let's, instead of just going with it, let's see, autopilot, AP panel. All right, AP panel is going to come out to this. And so if we look at bearing, where the bearing is here, I'm going to grab a text box. What's that? 17, 18, 19. All right, so that's going to tell me where bearing goes when I delete that. Desired heading is also going to come off of the AP. That is going to be 18. So these two can go. I can get rid of this at some point, but I'm not going to worry about it now. That looks good. Vertical speed, I'm feeding. This needs to be vertical speed. Okay, vertical speed there. Figure out some formula for that. How's it going there, Adam? I'm doing well. Yourself? Yes, forestry would be great with a DLC. I think that could be looped in with farming pretty well. I was talking about this. Let me finish doing this, then I'll kind of go off of my DLC rant of all the DLC I love. That's good. So let's go ahead and we'll stack this up, see how big we actually need to be here. So we've got physics sensor. Ooh, you know what I could even do? Yeah, let's just do it this way. All right, so that stacks up nicely. This new stack of node is fantastic. All right, this is going to be the cap. Cap 900 PFD. See you later with that. All right, good, good, good. All right, that's good. Let's go and try to fix this. So we've got bearing 18, 19 there. AP panels there. That looks good. So let's update this. All right, and let's grab this, put it in the helicopter. Let's save this. All right, let's go. We'll give this the old test run. Yeah, so this is going to be cleaner. Doing it with a 2x3. So one of the reasons I want to put this on a 2x3 too is in a lot of airplanes I'll use the level underneath it. I want more viz on this helicopter. That's why this one is a little bit scaled differently. All right, good. And then let's get this plugged electricity. That looks good. All right, let's go start plumbing this sucker in here. So we want, I still don't know why these are coming up yellow. It's weird. Physics sensor. And then we want to go monitor. And then we got airspeed. Again, I love this stacking. It's so good. Let's get rid of symmetry to get rid of that. Transponder control server, lights, autopilot, bearing panel, gyro, interior lighting, electrical panel, rotor pitch, all that's fine. These are doors. All right, that is AP panel. Still need to work on my autopilot. I'm going back through my panels, shrinking them down using the node stacking. So that's something. As you can see, this is a kind of a nightmare at the moment. It's not as bad as it looks. It's just see how it looks though. All right, AP out. Like I've got a PID tuner hooked up to this, so that takes up a bunch of some nodes. So. All right, so right here, if we look at where bearing comes in, that's running off bearing micro right there. Trying to find where AP out is. I don't have, okay, right there. AP pass-through is what I'm looking for. Let's find where AP pass-through is. All right, AP pass-through right here. So AP pass-through is coming through the Lua code. And we have, should have physics sensor coming through as well. Question mark? Where's the physics sensor? It's here somewhere. Definitely, it's going up to here. Physics sensor should be right in line with this somewhere. Right here. All right, there's a physics sensor right there. All right, that's AP monitor touch. AP monitor touch is going in here. Can this move a little bit? That's better. Okay. All right, so we have AP monitor touch here, and we want to read some stuff out. So if we look at, oh, this is all janked. I gotta fix this. Okay. So right here, this is the compass heading, and that comes out on channel 11. So I'm gonna write these down. So, let's see. This is desired heading. Desired heading is going to be channel 11. Desired heading is channel 11. Desired altitude is channel 12. Okay, so those are going in. And then let's go ahead and we'll read out what these are. I wrote all this code myself. I used, what do you call it, Lenins for all the draws, but I wrote the code myself. You see it's like, it's not as clean as what's been coming up for using chat. All right, so what I'm getting here is the buttons. So AP master is going to be channel 1. Heading is 2. Nav 3. Altitude hold 4. Heading left, 5. Heading right is 6. Heading right is 6. Alt up is 7. Alt up is 7. Alt down. 8. Okay. All right, so that's good. That's so when I read out of this Lua script, it's picking up channels 11 and 12. It's got 13 if I wanted to set a VSI. And then I've got all the other channels, so that's coming to here. And then I need to add bearing information on here. I can get rid of desired heading now. Should be disconnected. Let's update this real quick and then look. I think desired heading should be open because I don't need it anymore. Yeah, so that can go because I used to have to type it in with the keypad, and that was a big part of the reason I did this in Lua. Desired altitude should also be able to go. Let's find that. Oh, don't spawn it, you scoundrel, scabrous dog. I'm just going to check desired altitude. I shouldn't need that anymore. Should be empty, doing nothing. Yeah, see, desired alt's gone. Okay. That can go. All right, so bearing micro comes in. This is going to change. I'm going to make the bearing micro on the autopilot 1 panel because I can really shrink everything down now, but that's going to take some time. AP monitor, touch. AP pass-through, collective to gyro, physics sensor, PID tuning, desired heading. Okay. All right, good. So let's start clamping up, putting on all these stuff we need here. We really just need to pick up the bearing. So let's make that 14, I would say. So let's write on channel 14. All right, so that should be able to pick up channel 14, which is the bearing. Okay, we're saving 13 in case I ever want to put a VSI through there. All right, let's update that. Let's go ahead and we will see what we need here. So that is PID tuning. I don't need to screw with that. That is AP pass-through. AP pass-through is now going to go up to here. All right, so we can read some stuff off the AP. So right here we need bearing. I did bearing, but this should be, that's bearing. This should be heading. And desired heading's 11. Should be able to direct connect this. But I'm a little bit I don't like doing that necessarily all the time, so let's go ahead and not do that. Okay, and then so let's see what we want. We want desired heading, altitude, and bearing. Desired heading, altitude, and bearing. So 11, 12, 14. I could send it right through there. It's fine, the heading bug. Oh my god, Razor, could you make a mouse where the scroll wheel doesn't blow? Appreciate that. Here's the heading bug here. Here's the bearing pointer. Okay, let's find where those read them out. Am I reinventing the wheel for no good reason on this? There we go. Get number 17, 18, 19. They're present heading, selected heading, bearing. So 18 and 19. 18 and 19 for our heading bearing. 18 and 19. So that's got to convert out to, I could change them here. Why am I converting them? 11 and 12. So desired heading should be 11. And desired bearing should be 14. Okay. That should work. Because that's going to pass that info through. Ooh. Let's see. 17's fine. Okay, that'll work. All right. Because I can't pass anything that's going to overwrite the numbers, so they won't do that on this one. So, and then 1 is, what is 1? That's vertical speed. I have the channels right here. Okay. I need to pick up vertical speed. So what are they doing? Just altitude delta. I got to figure out the conversion factor for it. I'll do something for now, and then at least to make sure it's working. So altitude is 2. All right, so I'll do vertical speed there. That's looking pretty good. Let's give it a look. All right. All right, here goes nothing. All right, let's go give it a look. That's an easy fix that I forgot. Just didn't turn the monitor on. That's all that is. All right, good. So we've got our bearing over there. It's pointing not to it. No, it isn't bearing pointing to it because we're going to do this. Now, you see the bearing should have changed. Let's put on brakes. All right, so the heading bug should now move with this heading bug here. And that doesn't appear to be doing shit. Okay. Uh-huh. All right, so the bearing didn't change and the heading didn't change. Let's see, let's see. Merged, right? Okay. So bearing is 14, going to AP pass-through. So we should be pulling everything that's going through the Lua. Plus 14. Going to AP pass-through. And then what is this getting? This is getting AP monitor touch. Yeah. Desired heading is what? 11. That's coming in as 11. It's going in here, it's going out. So that should be 11, 12, 14. AP pass-through. AP pass-through goes to AP panel. All right, AP pass-through is going to through there. Picking up channel 17, so we should have 11, 12, 14, 17. 11, 12, 14, 17. Let's look. All right. Present heading is coming off channel 17 off the compass. That's good. Selected heading should be 11. Bearing should be 14. What's 17 again? 17's compass. So 14 should be bearing. That's fine. What are we missing here? Heading. Selected headings 11. Yeah, so we should have that. Yeah, so we should have bearing and heading. That should work. Let's see. Yeah, that heading bug should be going around. I don't know why it's not. So let's let it make sure it loops one. I wonder if I lost the heading bug at some point. I gotta bring it back. It looked like it was in the code though. Let's go through the code and see what's up with it. The bearing is there. I don't know why it's not changing. Selected heading readout. Okay. Heading bug. Draw heading bug. Angle diff points. Now let's play with the bearing pointer, and then we'll take this panel here into the test rig and do that if we need to. Let me see. Let's play with the bearing pointer for a second. Should be able to move that around pretty readily. So some information is not getting through. I don't know why the heading bug's not doing shit, but heading bug's definitely not moving. It should have the digital move up. It's not. Oh, I wonder if let me put this in real quick. Let's go nav. Okay, that worked. All right, nav needed to be on for that. Autopilot on. Click heading on. No. Okay, heading bug. Okay, that's why this is moving the bearing pointer. That shouldn't be doing it. I know why that's doing that. Okay, let's fix that. That fixes that. See if that fixed the heading bug, because that might have caused problems, but I doubt it. Alright, so the bearing should no longer turn with the heading when we're in heading mode. So right now, the bearing pointer is not going to move because I haven't selected nav mode. Once I select nav mode, you notice it moved. It's hard to tell where it moved to because, like, here, watch. If I move it right out in front, the needle will move here, so now the needle's going to face up toward that when I hit enter, theoretically. Okay, the fuck. Huh, that's weird. Should be showing 1, 2, 4. It's not. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to save this. I still want to know why those are colored. It's weird. Let's grab the test rig and figure it out. That's why it's good to have a test rig. Is like I don't have to fire up the helicopter every time I want to go do a test. I just move this. AP pass-through will work through in a minute. That's going to be airspeed off of the counter. We'll do. That's fine. Video needs to go to the top monitor. Let's check it. I want to see what happened to my heading bug. Yeah, see this one's working here. It got deleted at some point. Shit. Okay, so I gotta figure out which one this is connected to here. Let's see what the announcements are in Alistair's chat. Maybe it's an extension on the challenge. Do I call in sick for work Thursday and play Anymaker instead? Alright, let's see. Alright, so the heading bug got deleted at some point. That's the problem with having to go back through the code. It deletes shit. So the bottom two are working. I gotta figure out that. So let's see what we can do to hobble some code back together. Alright, so let's do this. I'm gonna go back to ChatGPT. I'm gonna talk to it. It appears that you deleted the heading bug function with one of your edits. So what I want to do is, at first, I'm going to paste the most recent code. I want you to take a look at it. When you're ready and you've looked at the most recent code, I'm going to paste one of the working HSIs with the heading bug. I then want you to take the first code I sent you and reinstall the heading bug with all of its functionality. Again, the functionality of the heading bug is it should turn around the compass rose when I change desired heading. It should have that magenta dashed line when I change the number, which should disappear after 3 seconds. And it should also have that digital readout that should disappear after 3 seconds. I could go through and just try to put it back in, but I think it's easy to do this. Alright, that's sent, and let's find which one is going to, what is it, these monitors are fine. And these monitors were fine, so let's pull it off of this. It says the good news, the heading bug logic actually present in the version already. Heading, okay. So the current code already contains the magenta heading bug, the current dash line temporary digital selected heading readout. If something is not working, the likely issue is not that the whole heading bug system is missing, but that one of these off. The input channel for selected heading, the draw order, the position after moving the 2-3 layout, or a merge issue from the other version. Go ahead and paste the working HSI version you want me to compare against, and I'll merge the heading bug behavior clearly. Okay, good. That's going in. It's good at finding these little problems that crop up because like it can see the layering where I might not be able to see the layering, so something could have got layered in between. All right, I compared both versions carefully. You were right to have me check it, but the good news, the heading bug logic in your current code already matched the working 1.3. What I've done below is give you a clean merge 2.3 version that keeps bottom half only HSI, heading bug, magenta dash line, temporary magenta, select the heading readout, 3-second time bearing pointer. Okay. Alright, so it's going to pump out this code, and hopefully this fixes it. It's really good at just eyeballing through the code fast, because it's like... It knows the layering hierarchy as well, so like I don't have to think about that shit. I can just move on with my day. And I like that about it. It's really helpful. You got the angry music going on here. I don't know if I need all that. Okay, let's see where it's at. Okay, it's still there. Okay, just finished it. So the good thing is the code's still there, but this is where it'd be tough for me to figure it out, because I'd have to like go through a bunch of shit against the wall and see if it sticks, where it can just go do it quickly for me. Fuck me, it just covered. No, that's a me problem. It didn't do it. I did that one. Because it's this box, so it needs to go right here. I did that. I screwed that up. There we go. Okay. What I will do is this. And I'm just going to add heading in here. And this will just make it quicker for me to check it. That is heading there. I need the heading bug. It's on AP pass through. I'm trying to remember what channel it is. Shit. This makes it harder to test it. $11. Okay. Did I paste it in there already? I think I did. Because it was 7,000, yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright, so the heading bug's back. I'm working. Nice. Okay, so that's back in. That's why a test rig like this is so great, because like you can see I can quickly hook it up to things and test it, and it's fast, and I don't have to do too much bullshittery. Let's not do that. Let's not be hasty here. Save this first. You know, I understand why for new players especially this gets real intimidating doing all this stuff, but like the problem is they want to build this on day one. It's not going to happen, period. End of story. You're never going to be able to build this on day one. And part of the fun of this is the adventure of getting better every time you build something, every time you play. And so it's like, you know, build one thing, get that win. Once you get some wins under your belt, you start getting addicted to winning. And you start getting addicted to having pieces of logic or whatever turn out. Fuck, I gotta fix this. Alright, what's up now? Okay. Let's check the bearing pointer. Bearing pointer should be fine, I think. Okay, there's the nav pointing where it's supposed to. Heading's not coming through. Let's take a look at what we're doing here. Okay, AP pass-through is going through there, and that's going to be, what did I say? Desired heading to channel 11. It might have changed the channel on me. All right, selected heading is 11. 14 is bearing. Bearing's working. 11 is not working. The set heading is fine. Desired heading should be 11. Let's see what's up with that. So, coming through AP pass-through. Should be channel 11. It's right in the code. Make sure it's reading out on channel 11 correctly. 14. Let's do this as a bypass and see if that's the problem. That bypasses the Lua code, making sure that we know that, seeing if that's the problem or not. So, okay. Okay, so the problem is it passing through the Lua, which is fine. I don't need to pass through the Lua, and so we'll stop. We won't do it that way. So this is how it works the real airplane. When I'm spinning this, you'll notice we get this dashed line so that you can kind of see how it hooks up to the compass rose, and we get a digital. So like, I don't have to eyeball it too hard to see what heading I'm spinning. So let's say I want to spin 180, I just watch the digital, and it will disappear after 3 seconds. So it gives me enough time to click, 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 click through 180, and then it goes away. It's a decluttering mechanism. You don't want too much clutter, right? It makes it harder for your eyes to see stuff. So now I don't give a shit that my heading bug is on 180. What I care about is ATC tells me turn right 180, and now all I have to do is turn till the bug is straight up. And so I don't need to see that number anymore. So it's a decluttering philosophy to get rid of some clutter. All right. So that's good. Let's see. All right, that works. So what we'll do here is we need that. We need altitude. Do we need to read altitude? What do we need to read altitude for? Try to decide. What the? Oh, we need to read it for the. Okay. Alt tape. All right, we need to work on the altitude tape to make that work. So altitude tape doesn't need a readout. Set altitude, I don't need a readout, so that's fine. Yeah, I don't need any of that shit, so we should be good on that. Let's go take this for a flight, see how we do. All right. We're getting real close for having this where I can release it for the challenge. All right. Did I click AP? Yeah, I did. You can tell by the way it behaves. Like, if I push to the right, it comes back to the center. That's all the auto hover is doing, is it's trying to like, oh, I see you're making a right turn, I'm going to stop that turn. That's all it does. All right, so let's go ahead and play with some stuff here. So first thing we're going to do is let's go ahead and set the altitude to 500 feet, where we want it. Alright, 500 feet. We're going to go ahead and we're going to press altitude and it will climb us up. VSI is not working. That sucks. We got to fix that. Alright. Alright, so that's dead on the money. I like it. Let's go ahead and let's go to this island. I'm going to put that in. So the bearing pointer now should point to the island when I click nav. Bearing pointer clicks to the island when I press nav. And you're going to see we're going to it. Now, I am not actively trying to use my heading bug now, but I can spin that and line it up. That's good practice. That's what we do in the real airplane. We always center a heading bug up, so like if we needed to, let's say the nav mode kicked off, or the autopilot kicked off, I can put it in a heading mode, or I need to make a heading change. If the heading's 30 degrees off to the right and I click heading, the plane's going to try to make a turn to the right. So let's say the heading bug's to our right. Air traffic control tells me to turn left 20 degrees, and I'm in nav mode. So the heading bug's pointing to the right, but I'm in nav mode, so I'm going straight ahead. And they tell me to turn left 20 degrees. Well, if I press heading, it's going to go to the right. Well, they told me to go left. They don't want me to go right, so now I'm in violation technically. So the better thing is, if the heading bug's always straightened up, if they tell me turn left 20 degrees, I can press heading. We still go the same direction we were going, then I spin it left 20. So all right, so good. So we're going towards this. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to, okay, this is definitely in meters per second, so let's fix that. All right, speed and meters per second. I'm going to need to convert that. All right, so now we're going to move the heading bug over to a heading of 192. We're going to press heading. Heading always takes precedence, and this is good practice in everything, in your aircraft, in your boats. When you make the heading bug always take over, if you're going to hit something or you need to make a change, that's always takes precedence. And so like you see what I did there is I moved the heading bug first and then I pressed heading so I can pre-select where I want to go. Why did it just stop is the question. Because it's in nav mode too. Okay. So I just take it out of nav mode. So the stop protection is part of nav mode, so that's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and let's go back to that. So I want to go to the waypoint, and I'm going to press nav. The bearing pointer is going to point there. I'm going to back it up with heading. It's going to turn itself. Like the heading bug didn't turn that, it turned itself. No, actually I do. Do I still have heading mode connected? I must. Yeah, I have heading mode connected, so I'm going to disconnect heading mode, and it will go to the bearing. So I've got some interesting logic in this. What it's doing is it keeps refreshing the waypoint's bearing, so it keeps giving me the freshest heading up until it gets real close. And the reason is this. Once we get over top of it, I don't want this spinning around 3 or 4 times, because once it passes it, it's going to be like, oh, it's behind me. Oh, it's behind me. So you see it's going to do it like once, and then it's going to pick a heading and it's going to stick with it. And that way it doesn't spin around like 9 times, okay? So the other cool thing with this build is you always want to be pointing into the wind, and it makes sense, right? Let's do this. Oh, that's not going to do a good picture. I'll bring up paint. We'll do a quick talkie-talkie about it. All right, so real quick, if we were to take a... Let's go ahead and we'll take an island, right? There's our island. And we have our plane or helicopter or whatever we want to call it here. And here's our plane, right? So there's our plane. And we always want to be facing into the wind. And so the helicopter, it's strongest when it's facing into the wind. because it can just tilt forward and back. The rotors have the biggest bite. It doesn't have to tilt and roll and use two different axes and yaw to try to keep itself aligned. So if there's no wind, it can stay in the last heading fine. The problem becomes when you start adding wind in there. And so the problem is you start adding wind in there, you start getting into some issues here where what we'll see is if the wind's coming real strong from here, it's going to, you know, equal an opposite reaction, right? So what's the helicopter going to... Don't do that, please. Real simple, right? The helicopter is going to want to drift the opposite direction, right? So the helicopter is going to want to go like this, away from it, right? So one thing, what you want to do is you want to put the strongest side towards it. So what we do is we go ahead and we rotate the helicopter to face the wind. And so this would naturally weather vane into the wind. And so when the wind gets strong enough, the helicopter is going to automatically turn into the wind. And I used to do this manually when I would be doing rescues and stuff. I would go ahead and if the wind was really strong, I would look at where the wind is and I'd turn the heading to face it. This build automatically does it. So right now you see it's just doing the last heading. But if I go ahead and I start up in the wind, see how it turns directly into the wind? And so what that's doing is that's giving its strongest side to the wind. And so all it has to do now is it doesn't have to roll very much. It doesn't have to yaw very much. You can see it doing a little bit of yawing, trying to keep control. But for the most part, all it has to do is a little bit of pitch to maintain altitude, or maintain its position over that GPS coordinate. So as the wind gets stronger, it's going to say, okay, he wanted me to be on the last heading I was on, but that's no longer with the wind. The wind is strong enough, let's turn towards the wind. And so it'll automatically turn towards the wind. And you can see this really simply when I go ahead and move the wind position. So as I move the wind, it automatically faces the wind. And so this is going to make it so that it stays over the position a lot easier. Let's go down. Go down 50 feet above the water. So I do need to keep working on VSI. That needs work. All right, speed meters per second and VSI. So as you can see, it naturally is going to face the direction of the wind. All right, so this makes it a hell of a lot easier. Now, the other benefit of this is we're going to do rescues, right? So it's easiest, right, if your harnesses are not blowing in a funky direction, right, at a diagonal. They're going to go straight up and down. So the harnesses are going to go straight up and down. They're not going to go kind of at a side. This thing's not trying to go sideways, so it makes it really nice and easy for it to operate. And you see the winches are speeding up now. So again, that was a requirement for the challenge, is it had to be able to do I want to get a screenshot here real quick. It had to be able to operate in 100% wind for the rescues. All right, so you can go out, you can do a rescue, you can come back. And it makes it really nice and easy to be able to maintain your position, even at 100% wind, like you can see. Alright, good. And so we want to go up a couple 100 feet here, probably for safety's sake. Alright, there's 200 feet. Let's go ahead and we'll put a waypoint here. And since we're still in nav mode, once we do that, the bearing will point to where we need to go. And as you notice, the heading just turns to the bearing. And I'm going to go ahead and, again, do good practice here. I'm going to straighten up my heading bug. And that 63 will disappear plus the dashed line. So there are a bunch of things in my airplane that it does to declutter. It has a lot of decluttering mechanisms, and like you saw there, it stops showing that digital heading readout when you don't need it. That's one thing it's going to do. For example, like once the landing gear and the flaps are up, they'll stay up for a little bit, and then eventually the where that is goes away because you don't need them anymore. You're cruising. You don't really care about your flaps and your gear unless they change position. And then as soon as you select the flaps to their first notch, it's going to come up and it's going to stay up. So it's a good decluttering mechanism. All right, so one thing I want to do next is, I'm not going to do too much more. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take this altitude, my autopilot panel. I'm happy with it. It works well. There's a couple changes I want. I want these to be justified to the right so that the 0 is always over here, the lowest digit. I want the heading to always be preceded by a 0 so that it'll be 063 instead of 63. Right now the autopilot's on and the nav's on and the altitude's on, but you can't tell. So what I want is a green color to come on. So I want the AP, the nav, the ALT, the HDG to turn green when they're selected on. So this here is padlock and padlock release, park brake right there. So this is for hooking onto helipads. Right now, we're not doing 40 knots, we're doing about 80 knots. That's meters per second. So I need to change that. All right, so let's go ahead. I don't need to fart around all day. I know this works. Let's go ahead and fix some of these things. I don't know how meters per second got screwed up, but it did. So let's go ahead and fix that. All right, we have airspeed right here. Speed tape there. And let's see, airspeed is coming in right here. It's coming in off channel 1. And so we want to find... How can I not see this half the time? All right, let's see. All right, get number. Okay, that's fine. Stall speed. That's all right. Speed. Get number 1. It's going to be 1 times, and then 1.94 is converts meters per second to knots. That's good. I need to do that. All right. The other one is I still don't have a good readout in VSI. So what we'll do is we're going to update this. We're going to save this. We'll save it as the backup here. All right. And what I want to do here is I'm going to go in here. And we'll do it here real quick. So what we'll do is I'm just going to feed this a number to see where the broken connection is. It's just channel 1. Let's look real quick. Should be getting number 1. All right, so right here, VS feet per minute equals get number 1. So what we're going to do is we're just going to feed it a number. So we're going to do a property number here. Let's see. BSI test. And we'll make it 4,000. Right, and we're going to update that, spawn it, and that should just read out the VSI 4000. If it's not, we know it's broken somewhere. All right, so that's showing fine. So we know that the actual code in the Lua is fine. The problem is getting to that point. So something's broken on the way there. The actual input data that I'm putting in. So that's a good way to test it. So that's a delta. That is x times 3.28. That should be turning meters into feet. That's channel 2. That's coming off the physics sensor. All right, so one thing we can do is let's bypass the delta and go right there. And we'll do a quick number test here. Make sure the delta's not breaking something. And that should give us something. The problem is not going to be hundreds of feet, right? So we need to somehow index that to per second. So let's try this. The other thing we can do is we can use, there's a couple ways to do VSI. Some people are doing it off velocity. Let's save this real quick. Some people will like to do it off of velocity, off of Z, which I believe, let's see, Z off the top of my head. It's going to be linear velocity. 9 is forward. Y, I believe. I think it's 7. We could try it off 7. All right, let's try that. All right, so there's one way to do it. Okay, see what it's doing there to speed? Something got screwed up with speed. Alright, so I probably screwed with speed there, so I gotta look at that. Okay, that's going to no, it's going to VSI. All I screwed with was that. Huh. It did not mess with airspeed though. Airspeed's going in channel 1, goes down to speed tape. Why? What would screw with that though? I don't get that. 2 is altitude. That is 1. 1, 2, going to 7. Yeah, I don't know what would screw the speed tape up like that. That's funky. Micrometers per second? Nothing changed though. It was working like, oh, I did do a change there. I did do the times. Let me check, make sure I didn't screw that up. I probably missed the decimal place maybe. Because I did make a change. I didn't think I made a change, but remember I made it go to, that's why. That's all that was. Missed the decimal there. So this didn't break it. X times 3.28 going into 1. VSI, we're going to get number 1. Get number 1 right there. Okay. That's all that was. It multiplied it by 2 decimal places, by 100 times. So. It's hard to focus on what you're working on when it does that shit. Up, up. Come on there, guy. Pay attention to what you're doing. Alright, so now it should be in, it's in knots instead of meters per second. One thing I was thinking, Rasmus, is putting that speed number through a PID and then doing a real simple, like, p-value of 1 and then doing it going through itself to buffer that out. That's a thought. Let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is we're going to crank the altitude way up, and we should at least get a spike on this when it goes. Okay, it definitely looks like it's working, but I wonder if the feet per minute is too low. Should be at least 100 feet per minute here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to start a timer. Got to get my timer out here real quick. We'll do a quick timer. At 1100, we'll click it, see how long it takes to go 100 feet. All right, that took 4 seconds to go 100 feet. So it'd be 60 divided by 4 times 100. At 1,500 feet per minute. So it should be at 1,500 feet per minute right now. So kind of the methodology I use for this is going into this helicopter. I'm trying to get to the point where most of the changes are not done on the test rig anymore. Most of the changes can be done on the helicopter. Then what's going to happen is I'm going to copy the microcontroller from the helicopter once I've got it tested and working. Then it goes back to the test rig so that I can pull it from the test rig when I need to, and I can make any changes, tests there. I think it's 2830? 2830. That's pretty much dead on the money. That's within 1 foot. Trust me, IRL, you're not that accurate. Like, literally, when we go through 290 into RVSM airspace, we check the 3 altimeters against each other to make sure they're plus or minus 100 feet. So they can literally be plus or minus 100 feet in deviation from one another. And so that's a 200 foot range. Yeah, so there's a couple things I could do. I wonder if I could change, because it's probably sampling this per tick instead of per second. I wonder if that's it too, Rasmus. This could be sampling it per tick instead of per second. I want to test something, see if I can close these doors. Yep, see, it's still, they get a little crooked because of how they're going back, but it's not terrible. There we go, get them aligned. This system, I really worked on this, trying to get this pretty foolproof so that it always works, and it's doing a pretty good job. Let's go ahead and go to nighttime. And let's go ahead and let's click some lights on. That's red lights. So it looks good in here. I can see what I'm doing. It's not obnoxious. I can go to white lights if I want. Make sure it's not too bright. Nope, that's functional. That works well. I like it, I dig it. And then those, I can brighten it up. Brightens up nicely, I can dim it down. I can go ahead and switch it back to red. Brighten the red up. I like the rotating chair. I gotta color some blocks into the rotating chair. So Rasmus, you might know this. Let's go ahead and we'll go back to the workbench. So it supposedly, when I was working on some of the other stuff, already accounted for the tick conversion to seconds. So I'll have you look at it, see if you can kind of figure it out off the top of your head. If it's too much of a pain in the ass, you don't have to worry about it. But figure you might know. Be able to eyeball it. So if we look at the oh, it should be in the speed tape. That's where it should be. All right. Let's see. Right, here's the, that's maneuver, airspeed tape. Speed trend vector 10 seconds right here. Trend 10 equals speed plus trend times 60. Trend pixels equals trend 10 minus speed times pixels per knot. Let's try something here, Rasmus. Yeah, you see, still see it vibing down there. Yeah, that didn't do it. Making it worse, if anything. That's going to put in a variation, which I don't want, but... See, it's not showing at all now because that's probably too small, but let's go ahead and we'll give it a run. We'll see what it looks like. Gotta figure out this VSI still. Yeah, it's cutting down its sensitivity is all it's doing. We'll figure that out later. How to kill the vibration on it. I'm not gonna dick with it too much right now. I gotta get that VSI working. Phone go. Somebody's saying that they were asking about a plane's hull, and I told them a hull is called a fuselage, which is what it is called. And I go, that's not helpful whatsoever. It's like, yes, learning the correct terminology for things is incredibly helpful. Because when you go search for something, guess what? You can call it by the correct name, and then you can actually find useful information. It's ignorance is bliss. I think it's so silly. Is these people are like, oh, just not knowing shit is cool. No, it isn't. Knowing shit is cool. And if you don't know shit, that's not a problem. It's great because you get to go learn that shit. And it's like, but being happy in your ignorance is silly. I just don't get it. Doesn't make any sense to me. All right, let's see. Vertical speed I need to fix. Shit. Trying to think of the best way to do this. Oh, the on tick function is returning 60 times per second. Yeah, I was struggling with that before, Rasmus, and then so here I'll show you the code. See if you can figure out what would be better. I find it. Is it in the trend vector? Yeah. Okay. So I would assume it's this right here, right? Trend times 60. What would you do, Rasmus? Just get rid of the times 60? Because that's probably it, right? Get rid of the times 60, right? And I'm thinking to probably get rid of that 60. It's oversampling is what I would think. Let me know if you think that's what I should do. Is just get no, you know what? Screw it. Do that. So what's going to happen? I just got to add it back in. It's not the end of the world. So again, it's what I tell people is like, it's not going to set off a bomb in your house if you test something out like that. You know, again, that's why if you make backups, what's it matter, right? You made a backup and it didn't work, go do something else, So right now the trend vector is not showing anything. So now it's not doing anything. Let's see. So 60 was felt like oversampling, but now doing nothing is not helpful either. So that's what it was. Why is that inside of the parentheses? Shouldn't it be trend times 60? I don't know. Did it get screwed up? It doesn't seem to be working anymore. Okay, there it's going. That looks better. Ah, it's flicking now. Is it doing nothing? So it's supposed to show me where I'm going to be in 10 seconds. And like I'm currently accelerating and it's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah. Trying to see why the VSI is sucking so bad. Let's get off of this real quick and go back and do the play with the VSI a little bit. Did I not click blank? What did I click? Probably make something out of this first, huh? Now we're gonna try to test out, get some raw data on this. All right, so we got linear velocity x and y, x and y, 7 and 8. I can never remember which is which, so x and y. See if we get some readable data off of the off of these to see what I want to do for PSI. All right, we're climbing up and we're looking at, this one's like static at 5. Let's see, let's do a big climb here. I would say it's Y. If I go down collective, it goes down. I fucked and flipped this, but I get full up collective, and I get a good stable up on this one, and this one is kind of. See, what's 5 meters per second? 5 times 3.82 is 119 per second times 60. That's 1,146 feet per minute. That looks about right. Okay. I know Basilicious has worked well. I'll go back and look at that and see how he was doing it. We gotta do without the music for a bit here. That's good. I'd like to get the firefighting modules done here pretty quick. What was I doing? Send this message real quick. All right. What was I doing before the circus came to town? Okay, let's save this. I think I got it where I want it, right? All right, that's plugged in. Let's go ahead and save. All right, let's look at his VSI. Feet per minute. That's what we want. Okay, so let's see. We've got a physics sensor, composite input, reading channel 2, which is the altitude, because I've been using this one for a long time and I like the way it functions. So channel 2 is altitude. It's taking the delta of that, reading out as 1. It's got units feet per minute. So let's see. All right, so it's got the 3600 in there. That's converting that's 60 ticks per second, right? I think so. It's how many ticks? So you're getting input 1, which is the altitude, the delta of the altitude, times the units, which is going to be to convert meters to feet, or yeah, convert meters to feet times 3600. So we can do this a little bit differently to get that number and to make it work. So let's go ahead and let's grab our helicopter again. See if we can't get this to read better. This works better than doing the axis because the axis tips. So when I tilt my helicopter backwards, yes, it's climbing, but it's climbing diagonally because the physics sensor is pointing backwards, unless it's reading absolute. But the altitude is definitely absolute. So let's go ahead in here to VSI. And what we'll do here is we'll do delta of the altitude, and then we'll multiply x times 3.28 times 3600, and that should be good. That's how I do my voltage on these volt gauges, is I multiply by 3600 to kind of convert ticks to minutes. Because feet per minute, it's not feet per second. I already can see it's twitchier. There we go. That's behaving itself. That looks right. Yep, so we were doing about 1.1 in this vehicle. So that's looking about good. That right there is about 1.4, 1.5. Yeah, 3,600 ticks per minute. My brain was taking a vacation there for a second because 6 times 6 is 36, and then you had the 100 on there, so. You know, because you have a 60 times a 60, so the 2 zeros, so you'd be 6 times 6, 36, add the 2 zeros, 3,600. Okay, so good, that's working. Let's go ahead, and what we'll do is we'll use our friend chat to see if we can't smooth that out a little bit more. So let's go ahead and we'll save this to the backup. And what I will do is I'm looking for speed tape. And we'll talk to chat GPT. My speed trend vector is oscillating rapidly. I would like it to operate more smoothly like it would in real life. I'm going to paste the code for my speed tape, and I would like you to look at it and come up with a way to make the trend vector not flicker up and down all the time and be more steady and stable. Frankly, the same thing might even apply to here. Convert ticks to minutes. Well, it's how many what your speed will be in 10 seconds. So it wouldn't be minutes; it would be 360. Maybe even convert it to 360 might even do it. We'll have to see. But we'll see what it comes up with. It's done this a couple times before for me. It's kind of worked on smoothing, so and does a good job. All right. And I am freezing to death now. I haven't changed the temperature or anything. I have been drinking a cold drink, so that could do it. I gotta put on a sweatshirt. I'm gonna freeze to death. All right, we'll let that cook for a second. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's see. The flicker is happening because the trend vector is being driven by the raw frame-to-frame speed difference. Trend equals speed, last speed. This makes it extremely sensitive to tiny input noise and so jitters constantly. Better ways to make it behave more like a real PFD. Smooth the input speed. Calculate rate of change from the smooth speed. Smooth the rate itself. Add a tiny deadband so very small noise does not move the magenta vector. Alright, good. Sounds good to me. And then again, we'll go ahead and pull that down. Grab the Lua block. Huh? How's it going there, Aaron? Good to see you. Good to see you. Has anyone heard from Sergeant? It looked like his account got hacked, and I haven't seen him in the chat, so I was going to make sure I got him back in the Discord and everything. And oh, look at how smooth that bitch is. Yee-haw, sucker. So it's going too high up there, which is fine. So right now it's 10 seconds. I think I'm going to change it to 6 seconds so that it's not exceeding the tape, but it's smoothed out, so that's good. I like it. Very good, though. That's good. Let's go ahead and should be able to go in there and change it to 6 seconds by hand. But that's good. Let's see. Here's trend vector. Yeah, a trend vector. Okay, so it's 10 seconds there. Trend seconds, pixels per knot, trend. I'll leave it where it is for now. I'll leave it where it is for now. That's fine. Because I also want to be able to take this and quickly just put it in a plane. And so, yeah, we'll see. Let's maybe change that. We'll see. That's all right, Aaron? All right, very good. So that's good. This can go. Bang, sucker. All right, very good. That's, see if there's anything else. So we fixed VSI and the speedometer. That's all good. We're in good shape here. Moving right along. All right, let's go ahead and find AP monitor, FLIR, bearing panel. Okay, good. So that is what I want to do is take this. Cut that. Stick that. Jesus, Nazareth. All right, let's get back here. All right, and let's do zinc chromate. So zinc chromate is what they put on. So zinc chromate is the primer they put on planes. That's why you always see the interior of the planes look like that. And so I am going to go ahead and color these things up to fix this. But this should be able to help me spot anything that needs to be colored, as you can see. So that helps. And then the wings are going to get a little bit of a darker. They don't want them this dark. So that's the color we were just replacing, so that's fine. And if I had symmetry on, that would have been even better. It's good to see you, Aaron. All right, we're making good progress on this and getting toward where this will be ready for the challenge. I got a couple things I want to work on for the challenge. So I already did a little bit on them. They just need to be fancified. This is going to have, my God, I hate how the speed keys are changed when you're in the editor compared to when you're sprinting outside. It's like, man, the fucking same. I could probably do it myself, but I've looked and it's a pain in the ass to find them. I was gonna say before I started distracting myself with bullshit. I'm not a huge fan of these stripes. I want something on there, but they're always pointing up. That's the problem. If this VTOL'd forward, I think that would be better. I might do rings or something. I don't know. The other thing I was gonna say that until the circus came to town, I distracted myself with bullshit. Was the I have some firefighting modules to put under these wings, and so I want to get these modules going. Let me look at this real quick, make sure this isn't anything. Right. So I like that the zinc chromate shows underneath like it's primer. Could I find this thing? There it is. If I could paint that one, fuck me. If I could paint this wrong one more time, we'll be in good shape here. Come on, paint the fucking thing. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I wanted that color or what, but that's the color it presently is going to be. All right. This I want to move. I don't quite know where to yet. Could just be one of these, probably there. Okay, that's microcontroller. That's nothing. Why are you picking on the cat? Hey, dude, stop fighting. Be like 28% more reasonable, please. Oi, oi, oi. Come here. If you want to get up here, come up here and stop being a jackass. Got to slap at her for. Stop slapping her. Come here. Sweet pie. Pie. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. You're safe, honey. She likes sitting on the computer, and now he's going to go bug her to get her out of there for some reason because he's being a dick. Honey, you can't sit on my hand. That doesn't help me to be able to do anything with my game. Right, that's good there. All right, let's go ahead and might paint these darker. I think I will. I'm trying to get these kind of figured out how I want these to be. These nacelles. So that's a restriction on the challenge, is how much these can tilt. It's not supposed to be a tilt wing or a tilt rotor. It's not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be a helicopter. And so, you know, I've got this all cleared with Alistair, and it was, you know, they allowed some tilting because in the game you need a little tilt to actually get realistic helicopter speeds. But, you know, and then that was something that I advocated for with the challenge too, is I wanted it, you know, if you're gonna have a helicopter challenge, make it a helicopter challenge. Like no VTOLs. You know, a VTOL challenge is a good challenge on its own. You know, later down the road have a VTOL challenge, but I don't know if I like these darker stripes. I'm thinking I like something, but I don't know what I would like yet. I could do orange banding to match. I was thinking of going full in on the pigeon theme, and getting this color here, going like that. Come here. Stop. Why are you slapping her? Come here, sweetie pie. Sweetie pie, come sit with me, honey. She doesn't want to. She wants to go. He's going to go chase her for a while and be a dick. I'm kind of taking colors from the, yeah, I'm kind of digging the pigeon colors. I am. And I was thinking of doing something like, a little bit of points of contrast and interest. I kind of like that. That's good. And I like how you can see the zinc chromate inside of the engine cells, because that's, you know, it's just a primer in there. All right, good. And then we've got, that's good. And then this one here needs to be painted out this color. All right, good. That's looking good. Oh, come on. Stop coloring random shit. I hate it when it does that. All right. Oh, my God. Oh, dear Christ. What is it doing? See how it's coloring shit way back there? Yeah, the zinc chromate really helps to see what I'm missing. Like you can see, I've missed a bunch of paint spots. That really helps. Because it sticks out so much. It's a good contrast color. Stick out like sore thumb. All right, so what we're going to do here now is, let's give it a look. Yeah, I like it. I think that's a better paint job there. I got to fix the doors and stuff. But I like that. It matches the pigeon theme. I could go a little darker up top. I don't know if I want to or not. I kind of like the light color of it. Let's go ahead and grab this. I think this is what, 5 darker? So let's look. That is going to be 47, 5, yeah. So it's 5. Okay. That's good there. Thanks for hanging out, Rasmus. See you later. Who's fighting with the cat? The 2 cats fighting each other. They're out there slapping each other playing right now. All right, this needs to be done. I think what we'll do is this color for that, for this. For that. I don't go too dark on it. It's got some couple dark accents. It's good. I was thinking of doing... Could you grab the right color, please? Thanks. Just gives it some accents like that. Okay, I like that. And I think if I do the booms here as this color, it's going to wash out the pigeons. So that's the only reason I don't want to do... I would normally do these in this color. But like if you look... Yeah, it washes it out too much, so I won't do that. All right, let's go ahead and save this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make modules for these fuel tanks. And so you're going to have different modules that go under the wing. And so right now, these are actual diesel fuel tanks. And so the fuel can go through here and feed. If it's anything other than diesel, all I do is I don't put a fluid port on it so that it can't either get diesel in the tank or let whatever's in there into the contaminate the diesel. All right. So what we'll do here is I just saved this, but I'll paranoia's got me going again. Let's go ahead and get that. And I would say these are going to be that darker contrast color. And let's go ahead and grab them. And what we'll do is I'm going to start by cutting these. Did I have? Okay, that's good there. And then we want to do a new build. And we want to paste them right where they belong. Okay. Delete this main block and we'll save these. Pigeon, fuel, tanks, X4. Okay. Then what we're going to do is open up the pigeon again. And we're going to grab the other set of tanks. And I broke something on them, but take me 2 seconds to fix it. So hard points. And these should face forward. All right, so those are good. All right, and then this should be, what we'll actually do now is resize the grid. Nah, I don't want to do that. All right, let's go down here. All right, good. So those are all gone now. Let's save this as that. Save as the backup here. Okay, good. All right, so those are the fuel tanks. All right, next thing we're going to do is go ahead and we'll load in the helicopter. And then all we would do is if we want to put the fuel tanks in as a module, we load them in. And they are in position. So they're right where they belong. All we have to do is press paste. And bingo, they're on. That's it. All right, and so that's one thing we want to do. All right, so here is the firefighting module. And so I'll show you this real quick. So this is, what did I say? So this one here, you can see it's got look command on it. I think I might move this up a bit. So I gotta just quickly toss some wash or hang my shirt up. This is nice because you can quickly like just put the modules on that you want. You don't have to like manually do them and they'll be in line, so it's helpful. Hell, my shirt get turned inside out while it was drying. Oh well. All right, good. So let's go ahead and forget what the capacity is on this one. It's pretty big. Just check it real quick. $1,200 in there. Am I still on display cap? Apparently I am. All right, it's 1,200 liters in there. I can make this have a higher capacity, so I think I might. I don't know if I hate the look of it. Part of me does, part of me doesn't. I'm trying to think if I want to change the look of it a little bit. So I can greatly expand the capacity of this by putting some microcontrollers in there instead. So it's like 1,200 something. This should go up quite a bit once I put the microcontrollers in instead of having wedges. Wedges help, but microcontrollers better for it. Three, six, 3, 6, 7. All right, so it's 12 and change. Let's look real quick. $1,378. All right, let's go ahead and grab this. that's pretty good there. All right, good. So we're gonna open up the pigeon, load up the, just put on there. And we're gonna press U to invert it. And then we're gonna load it back up. And that puts the other one where it belongs. All right, so those should be where they belong. Okay, let's bring up the pigeon again. All right, so those are the two big firefighting modules. See why they're not turning on. Oh, I didn't put in the actual control modules yet. Okay, that's good to know. So I need to put in the control scheme for that. All I need to do is connect the seat, I think. So let's just try it here. What's up, buddy? You all right? What you doing there, sweet boy? You good? You okay? All right, so I think all I need to do is connect the seat if I remember how I had them hooked up. So I should just be able to go right to because it's just reading the seat, essentially. Okay. So this is the way I can converge and diverge them. That's one option. All right, let's go ahead and do a flight. Go play with these a little bit. Oh, that got something got color swapped out. Whatever was left gray got color swapped out with orange, but I didn't have that much left, so it's not too hard to fix. So like this one would be really easy to do. So essentially, let's go, say we go up to 70 feet, and let's go ahead and bring our heading bug around. Okay, we'll go heading mode. And I've got a fire, let's go start a fire. How do we do that? Alright, good. I start fire here. Let's see. Should be able to start. I don't want to bring Dingling out, but I'll bring Dingling out. Dingling will start a friggin' fire. Dingling will definitely bring out a fire, start a fire, so. It's called fire starter, but nickname's Dingling. Firebug, that's what it is, Firebug. Firebug is my fire starting machine. Alright, let's see. I broke the fucking blades. Ugh. Alright. Dingling will go start a fire for us, and then we can put it out. It's called Dingling because it rang a bell whenever it launched its flare, so when Dingling, I'll get started a fire art. Just took a second. Watch Dingling go. I know Citrus loves Dingling. Giggity. So Dingling will go over there, and when it gets, it does map of the Earth flying, so it stays at a certain altitude above the ground. And then once it gets to where the GPS coordinates are, it's gonna dump its flares and then go back home. So, see, there it goes. That starts fires reliably well. So. All right, let's go ahead and if we do it divergent convergent like this, you essentially put it on a line and you can just kind of go back and forth to put them out. And it looks like it's doing a pretty good job. And then we can just like pull back to change, and we can strafe to the right. The flares have got it so bright here. It's kind of obnoxious. And we can aim up and down a little bit, so when I get that forward camera kind of going, we'll be able to see better. Take off heading hold so I can yaw. Running low on water pressure, on water, that's why it's, I could do some fancy math to try to figure out the convergence, but the I gotta figure out the distance of the spray and everything else. It kind of makes it annoying. It's gonna take me a while to do a micro for a screen and everything else. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna get into all that shit. Firebug does a good job of starting fires, doesn't he? Firebug does a fantastic job of starting fires. Alright, let's go ahead and bring this back. Clean up Firebug. Take this back. But yeah, that's pretty good. Let's go ahead. I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to flip the other one around. All right, I'm going to go ahead and finish up here in a second, but this is looking good. I got a little bit of work left to do tomorrow, and then I think we'll be in good shape there. But everything's saved up. I'm going to go definitely make sure I make a copy of my vehicle save folder. But thank you guys for watching. If you liked the video, give it a like. If you're new and you enjoyed it, consider subscribing. And I will see you guys in the next one.